oči za mene.
barbecue, and we would come home and we would watch The Daily Show with Jon Stewart, and the Colbert Report would come on right after that. Like my dad and I would go out for barbecue, and we would come home and we would watch The Daily Show with Jon Stewart, and the Colbert Report would come on right after that. I used to love Stephen Colbert. He was amazing. He's a huge fan of Lord of the Rings. I cannot bring myself to hate this guy, right? But goddamn, does he make it easy? Well, he really makes it so, I can say the opposite. He makes it so hard to not fucking hate him. And this is how Stephen Colbert has evolved. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Listen to this.
Some folks are skeptical. Thankfully, Big Pharma has come up with a way to reassure the public about their motives. And it's all in their new ad.
Are you worried about the future? Unable to sleep at night? Afraid that pharma companies will put their profits ahead of your health?
Yeah.
If you are concerned about the cost of a vaccine, ask your doctor about Vaxilax. Vaxilax is the only medication proven to reduce anxiety about Big Pharma taking advantage of you in a national crisis.
Yep, there you go.
Can trust Vaxilax because of its mascot, Professor Cashington, the
Yep, there you go.
can trust Vaxilax because of its mascot, Professor Cashington, the ethical money sack.
Oh.
Side effects of Vaxilax include legless rest syndrome, kidney rhinestones, crumblefoot, spontaneous beard sparrows, the galloping hoop sticks, spinal crunch wrapping, Ferdinand's flopsy, big old pink face, Gordon's fisherman syndrome, scrotal yodas, chronic vaccine resistance, facial graham crackering, full-blown coronavirus, and dollar bills, y'all.
That's funny. It's ironic.
The vaccine.
Man. I never watched this when it happened. I never did. Oh my God. So they canceled this show, apparently. And anyway, let's go back. I'll see a few. Okay. Anyway, let's go back. I'll see a few. Okay. Is
the
this?
vaccine.
Yeah, no, I already saw that one before. And let's see, where the fuck is this? Oh, here we go. Him talking about.
My parent corporation, Paramount, paid Donald Trump a $16 million settlement over his 60 Minutes lawsuit.
So there is a theory going around right now that Stephen Colbert is a sacrificial lamb for CBS, and CBS has agreed to settle with Donald Trump by canning Stephen Colbert. Which, by the way, maybe that's what happened. I have no idea.
As someone who has always been a proud employee of this network, I am offended. And I don't know if anything will ever repair my trust in this company. But just taking a stab at it, I'd say $16 million would help.
Yeah.
This settlement.
There's something else that also repaired people's trust, too. You just don't know it yet, do you? Oh.
This settlement is for a nuisance lawsuit Trump filed claiming that 60 Minutes deceptively edited their interview with then-candidate Kamala Harris last fall. Paramount knows they could have easily fought it because, in their own words, the lawsuit was completely without merit. And keep in mind, Paramount produced Transformers, Rise of the Beast. They know completely without merits.
Hey,
Now,
no, that show, the target audience for that show is 11, okay? Kids love that shit.
Unlike,
Yeah, it is.
Unlike the payoffs from ABC and Twitter, Paramount settlement did not include an apology.
But it did include a sacrifice.
Instead, the corporation released a statement where they said, "You may take our money, but you will never take our dignity. You may, however, purchase our dignity.
You may, however, take Stephen Colbert.
Dignity for the low, low price of $16 million. We need the cash."
Yeah.
Now,
it's really funny to hear this, like, literally 3 days before his show gets canceled. It's crazy to hear this. Wow. Bro, like, that sucks. Damn, bro, he's dancing around talking shit.
What can I say? Mr. Steven loves to dance. Now, I believe this kind of complicated financial settlement with a sitting government official has a technical name in legal circles. It's big fat bribe. Because this all comes as Paramount's owners are trying to get the Trump administration to approve the sale of our network to a new owner, Skydance.
Wow.
Not the music I was expecting. Okay. That was.
I think that, like, in general, the people talking about, like, what their network is doing in general on television, I think it's kind of awkward for the audience. And it just kind of is like a clap along, you know, seal moment, right? It's like it's a meta. It's like when streamers talk about their stream. I think it's tacky, or like a bar, like, you know, you like, you're going here to relax. Like, you don't want to hear somebody complain about their job or their employer. Like, you can make a couple of jokes here and there, but like,
that was me
an ongoing
thing. And some of the TV typers out there are blogging that once Skydance gets CBS, the new owner's desire to please Trump could put pressure on late-night host and frequent Trump critic Stephen Colbert. Okay. But how are they going to put pressure on Stephen Colbert if they can't find him?
Man, this is Colbert, obviously, talking about and complaining about how Trump isn't going to get his show canceled. And this is also him talking about his show being canceled. The clip of him talking about his show not being canceled was from 3 days ago. The clip of him talking about his show being canceled is from yesterday. And so definitely not a good day to be Stephen Colbert. Let me see if I can find, where did it go? There's just been so many of these I've been trying to keep up with. Okay, yep, here we go. All right. It's not a good day for free speech. Nope. Do not ever, ever, ever for a second let anybody try to tell you that this is some kind of loss for free speech when these people went on crusades. Every single late night talk show host. You want to talk about free speech? Yeah, that's like North Korea's free speech. Everybody can have whatever opinion they want as long as it's the right opinion. Every single late night talk show host is just the same flavor of vanilla. That's the problem. And so the issue is that really Stephen Colbert, I mean, like, in my opinion, I think he's an entertaining, funny guy. But in general, let's be real. Like, this isn't free. How is it free speech when every single late night show pushes every single left-wing talking point completely, and there is no, like, you have a popular vote, at least 30% of the country voted for Donald Trump, but not a single one of those people are represented in late-night television. Does that seem interesting to you? Come on. So the solution now is to cancel the show that goes against the talking points of the current administration? Absolutely. If people would do something against you, do it against them. Nobody wins by being, you have to remember, I say this every time, George Washington sailed across the frozen sea in the middle of the night on Christmas Eve. And he killed the fucking British armies in their sleep. Merry motherfucking Christmas. Now you're dead. That's right. Armies, frozen sea, Washington sailed across. I say this every time. George Washington. Merry motherfucking Christmas. Now you're dead. That's right. And that was the first president. And we look at him as, you know, generally kind of as a winner. Winners win and losers lose. Always play to win. Where's the holiday spirit? Well, they became holiday spirits. Here we go. Let's watch it.
Oh, hey, everybody. We got a great show for you tonight. Senator Adam Schiff was my guest. We harmonized on 7 Bridges Road. What a voice. I cried. But before we start the show, I want to let you know something that I found out just last night. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. Damn. And yeah, I share your feelings. It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of The Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced.
I think that Stephen Colbert is an S-tier satirist, and I wish he would just go back to doing that. I think if he did more level-headed satire comedy, I think he would be super popular. He would be so good. I always thought that this role for him wasn't very good in general. Yeah, like I would just like I'm very disappointed, as I said before, as like a fan of Stephen Colbert, that like he kind of let the Late Show turn into what it is. But basically, what happened is that the parent company with Late Show, I think it's CBS, basically sacrificed Stephen Colbert, it seems like, to Donald Trump.
This is all just going away.
Yeah.
And I do want to say, I do want to say that the folks at CBS have been great partners. I'm so grateful
Apparently
to the
not.
Tiffany Network for giving me this chair and this beautiful theater to call home. And of course, I'm grateful to you, the audience, who have joined us. Every night, in here, out there, all around the world, Mr. and Mrs. America and all the ships at sea. I'm grateful to share the stage with this band, these artists over here every night.
Oh.
And I am extraordinarily, deeply grateful to the 200 people who work here. We get to do this show.
That's a lot of people for a
We
show
get
like
to
that.
do this show for each other every day, all day. And I've had the pleasure and the responsibility of sharing what we do every day with you in front of this camera for the last 10 years. And let me tell you, it is a fantastic job. I wish somebody else was getting it. And it's a job that I'm looking forward to doing with this usual gang of idiots for another 10 months. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Y'all ready?
We're going to lock in.
Y'all ready?
Let's go.
Y'all ready? Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Dante, let's do the show. Jazz cowboy, drop it on the poof.
It's The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
Well, I can see why it got canceled. And anyway, so let's go back. We're going to look at a few more of these here and talk about it. Let me go back and see if I can find the rest of this. And yep, not so good, huh, guys? Wow, not so good. And anyway, let's take a look at some other ones here, and we'll see what people are looking at. Losing $40 million per year erases the conspiracy about. Well, let me go back and see if there's any more of this. And, oh, yeah, obviously, like, he was talking about it. Let me scroll back up and make sure I find it. His being canceled. Where is the other one? Sorry, there's, like, 15 different topics. I just need to make sure I'm, like, locked in with all of them. And where is the time-lapse? Where did the time-lapse go? I know I saw it. And now I can't find it again. There we go. All right, so this is Stephen Colbert talking about Trump. This is from 2017. You can't read it, but I'll tell you what it says.
Donald Trump has been sworn in as President of the United States. I know. Listen. We're just as confused as you are. Joe Biden did it. I sat down and just started crying with relief. And Evie said, you never have to talk about him again.
This is the second panel out of 4. How did you ever think that was going to happen? How did you ever think that?
And then I cried with joy. After
That was Jesus.
bizarre and vicious campaign fueled by a desperate need not to go to jail, Donald Trump has won the 2024 election. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. Donald Trump has been sworn in as...
And you remember, like, and you'll see, like, even the first one here, you can clearly see he's not a big fan of Donald Trump, but he's trying to be, imagine this, he's trying to be funny and entertaining.
As President of the United States.
Yeah.
I know.
He's trying.
I know. Listen, we're just as confused as you are. Joe Biden did it.
And you can see, right, he's trying to be funny. He's trying to entertain people and not just be one-dimensional.
I sat down and just started crying with relief. And
Bro, what is this? It turned into a little bit of, you know, like left-leaning comedy to crying, getting mad, the vaccine.
Are you okay? Oh, that's a great question. I think, and I'll be completely real, the majority of other men in my position would have killed themselves. Absolutely. No, I've had suicidal thoughts. But the problem is that I can't kill myself because then the haters win. You guys can ask me literally any question you want. It can be serious. I have no boundaries. Don't worry about it. I am an open book. You can ask me literally anything. I very much value me being transparent as possible with my audience. And if there's anything you want to know, I vow to you guys that I will answer in complete sincerity and in complete honesty about everything, whether it's depressing, whether it's tragic, whether it's happy, whether it's personal. I don't care. And I mean, there's probably one question that I'm already expecting, which really shouldn't need an answer, but there is one question that I'm going to be answering as a joke. Knowers will know, but obviously there's one thing that I'm not comfortable with answering. And you guys will know what that is whenever we get there. Because I know somebody's going to ask. I like talking to you guys about whatever, so how chill has it been having Genized as a roomie? I prefer LaRoe. Yeah, to be completely honest, sometimes Genized just be tweaking on shit for no reason. I've already had to help him with his tweaking issue because bro just gets really angry over fucking nothing. And bro crashes out over a lot of shit, so I just been kind of trying to help him with that and say, hey, bro, you live with two girls, you're scaring them, shut the fuck up. But yeah, no, he's good for conversation, but he just needs to stop tweaking so damn much. Yeah, anyway, so a smaller you? Well, I mean, me offline, I'm a very calm guy. I guess Saint was right. I wouldn't say that. Anyways, what's your favorite game series? My favorite game of all time is Viva Pinata, Trouble in Paradise. I don't think it'll ever be changed. I love it. I can always go back to it. It always makes me happy whenever I play it for the first time. Since life seems to finally get better and better, after finally clearing the fake allegations, are you considering retiring in the next 5 years? So first of all, the fake allegations to some retards, people still believe, which is why I'm currently compiling everything. And I will be dropping that probably in the next 3 months or so, 2.5 by now. Things are moving along a lot faster than I thought they would have, and people are being a lot more cooperative than I would have, as well as I found a document that really helped me out, that one of my haters provided me with accidentally, that really helped me out with. Am I considering retiring? No, I don't think I'll ever retire, but I will go on a more lax schedule and just kind of stream when I want to, but I don't think I'll ever stop doing this, even when I'm 60. I don't think I'll ever think, yeah, I just want to completely disconnect. No, I'm part of the internet. I'll always be doing this shit. And Yeah, I mean, I look forward to me and Asmund streaming while we're still in the retirement home. Are you going to play Nikkei again? No, I'm not. Unless I get sponsored. I just jerk off to that game, and that's pretty much it. Would you play Silent Hill F? I actually would be open to playing that. What I'm going to do is, whenever I play a scary game, I'll just have Sophia with me, because I know she's more afraid than me, which means I'll have to lock in. Are you actually quitting Hoyo games entirely since you don't play ZZ anymore? Yes. They're bad. They're trash. They're fucking garbage. When a new one comes out, I'll give it a shot, but there's no
thing. Like, really, it's embarrassing.
Said you never have to talk about him again. And then I cried with joy.
Wow. And everybody
After a
clapped.
bizarre and vicious campaign fueled by a desperate need not to go to jail, Donald Trump has won the 2024 election.
And so you can see clearly, can you tell, like, kind of the difference here about, like, the personality and, like, the vibe? Where, like, earlier on, like, there was an attempt made to be entertaining, right? Like, an attempt was at least tried to be entertaining. Whereas with this, it's just fucking, like, talking about how he's bad. Dude, 2021 was a fucking fever dream, wasn't it? Oh my God. Can you believe that? You just want people to agree with you politically? Not necessarily. I'll give you a great example. So I can see what you're saying, but nobody says that about Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart's obviously a left-wing guy. You don't hear me saying that about Jon Stewart even now. Yeah, we do? Well, I'm saying I do. Oh my God.
Vaccine. Thank you. And they said it couldn't get any longer.
Man, absolute cinema, dystopian. That's right, guys.
Will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. And
Guys,
yeah, I
Come
share
on.
your feelings.
come
It's
on.
not just the end of our show, but it's the end of The Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced.
Oh
This is all-
man, if you retweet if you stand with Stephen Colbert, retweet if you stand. What year is this? Oh my God. And
Man-child, come to me. I must feed you. I must feed you to the river twist. Oh, No, take the baby. Take the baby. Don't eat me.
See, this is whenever he used to.
I'm sure the baby will be fine.
See, like, I mean, you can say this is a bad joke or whatever, but at least it wasn't like totally one-dimensional. You see, it's at least kind of like it's attempting. This is the point that I'm making, is that Stephen Colbert back in the day was attempting to be funny, and I think he was funny. Stephen Colbert nowadays does not even attempt to be funny. Yeah, it's not even you're not even trying to be funny at all. I'll watch this one, and then we'll look at some other stuff too. There's a bunch of other stuff I got to talk about today.
Stephen Colbert just got canceled after a decade as the most watched man in late night TV. Was it?
It's crazy how popular he was too. I didn't even know that.
Because he called his boss's Trump settlement a big fat bribe.
Financial settlement with a sitting government official has.
You should not have done that. You should not have talked shit about your boss. This was a mistake. You know it was a mistake, and now the show's canceled. The odds are they probably already were going to do that, but this certainly didn't make them any better.
Technical name in legal circles, it's big fat bribe. Because this all comes as Paramount's owners are trying to get the Trump administration to approve the sale of our network to a new owner, Skydance.
Some on the left think so, pointing to the fact that the announcement came just 3 days after Colbert publicly criticized Paramount, CBS's parent company, for paying Trump a $16 million settlement in a lawsuit. But the right, they're not losing sleep. Many are calling him unfunny, and some are claiming that the show was failing.
And by the way, you're not funny, but attacking half of America and your ratings suck, you might lose your show.
But is that?
The ratings didn't suck. I mean, a lot of people watched the show. More people watched him. Like, I think he's funnier than Jimmy Fallon. Or Jimmy Kimmel. Like, I think he's better than they are.
True? Nope. Colbert's been the #1 late night host for 9 straight seasons. And in Q2 of this year,
that's a lot. His
show was the only one that actually grew its audience. So if it wasn't ratings...
It's a low bar? Yeah, I know, but the other guys have shovels.
Why did CBS pull the plug? Here's their official line. This is purely a financial decision against a challenging backdrop in late night. It is not related in any way to the show's performance, content, or other matters happening at Paramount. CBS has been exiting the late night business for years. In 2023, they canceled the Late Late Show.
Well, because he was fat. Nobody liked him. Nobody liked him. Everybody knows that. Like, I mean, let's be honest. Like, you're James Corden. Remember him? He was fat and British. Yeah. I mean, of course he got fired.
In March 2025, they canceled the After Midnight Show. No replacement. And now they're canceling Colbert. Again, no replacement. What's filling...
This does seem like he's bringing up a really good point here, is that this seems like actually just a strategic restructuring. And the Late Show was probably the biggest show, but they still wanted to restructure beyond that. That's clearly... Yeah, I mean, there's a pattern of behavior here.
The slot instead, reruns, local news, stuff that's cheap. Because here's the thing, even with solid ratings, Colbert's show was expensive. $15 million a year just for him, on top of over 200 staff. Meanwhile, ad revenue across late night TV has dropped over 60% since 2014.
Wow. Holy shit, that is insane. You know what I bet the reason is? I bet it's because the internet's better at delivering advertisements. I do. I bet that's the reason. No way you need 200 staff for that? No, I think that you do. I actually think that you do because I've run events. I think that you need 200 staff for that show. Because, like, you're not thinking a lot of things is, like, you're thinking about You're thinking about the people that you do? No, you need makeup artists, you need catering, you need people that get the guests on there, you need people that put together the show set, you need people that do props, you need people like there's production, you need like the band, you need people that manage the instruments for the band, like security. Like I think that people really underestimate the fucking logistical entropy that shows can create. Like, as somebody who's done shows and I've seen the back end, I've seen what the money is, they're expensive, man. There's a reason why everybody's canceling doing, like, why do you think OTK doesn't do shows anymore? Like, one of the reasons why is that, like, it really didn't make that much money. It didn't, and also it's risky, especially online. Online, it's another set of, like, issues as well. But, yeah, that's just the way it is. Need is a strong word. Well, yeah, you do need that stuff. I mean, you can run a show without it, but it's not going to be a good show. 200 isn't a lot for a live show every night. No, it's not.
Even for top performers. The internet is doing to TV what it did to newspapers.
Yeah.
But there's another layer. Paramount is trying to finalize a multi-billion-dollar merger with Skydance, which needs FCC approval under the Trump administration. So it's possible that rather than just downsize...
So the Trump had to approve this, and so they... Oh, man. Shouldn't have been talking shit, bro. Like, he should not have been talking shit. Like, the thing is that you're sitting there talking shit, fuck around and find out. Yep, exactly. That's too bad.
The show to make it more sustainable, they decided it's not even worth the trouble, and they just cut it. So Colbert's criticism might have been the straw that broke the camel's back.
Maybe.
But it wasn't the whole haystack. So did profit or politics kill the Colbert Show?
Yes.
Profit loaded the gun. Politics might have just picked when to shoot.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, I like that. That's a good insight on it. I'll link you guys the little tweet. Why not both? Yeah. There is good breakdown. Yeah, I think so too, definitely. You know, Colbert being a little bit of a sacrificial lamb, I could see that, definitely. And don't bully the ugly kid in high school, he may be the president. I guess so, right? And so, to be honest, he was getting $15 million. I mean, $15 million for doing that show is a bit much, I would say. Like, I mean, like some of these late night and like television TV hosts are being paid way too much fucking money. They are. They're being paid way too much fucking money, and it is insane the amount of times that, like, and the amount of time they've, like, invested into doing that. I just, I think it's way, way, way too much. like my dad and I. So she's crashing out.
Chip away, denaturalizing. That's Idi Amin behavior. There's a black fascist that you can compare it to.
Okay, let's move on to, I want to just play a clip of when you lost your job at MSNBC. Let's watch this.
I want to watch a clip of you losing your job. Let's watch the clip. Here, let's sit down together and watch the clip of you crying, losing your job. You ready? Okay, here we go. Be quiet. We're gonna play it right now.
My show had value, and that that what I was doing had value. And in the end, I try not to cry on TV. And whether it's
I learned in mathematics that you can actually assign a negative value to certain numbers.
Talking about any of these issues,
so
and yes,
right.
Whether it's talking about Gaza and the fact that we as the American people have a right to object,
like
to have a right to object to little babies being bombed. And I am not sorry that I stood up for those things, because those things are of God. And you know, I'm a church girl too, and those are the things that I was taught were of God. And so I'm not sorry. I'm just proud of my show.
Now, look, you're perfectly entitled to be proud of your show. Many people enjoyed your show for many years.
I don't know about many people, but I'm sure that there were people that enjoyed the show. In a way, I'm kind of sad that the show's canceled. I used to get a lot of content out of her.
You know, a lot of people at NBC were briefing that the reason was declining ratings post the election, 47% decrease in your election.
47% decrease in views. That's pretty bad.
In ratings from pre-election. But you told Mark Lamont Hill on his show this.
After I said on my show, the reason Americans could relate to Ukrainians in a way that they didn't relate to Palestinians, that Ukrainians are white. And so watching white people get their schools bombed was, you know, hit different. That hit our ratings. I mean, it definitely, we could see the loss of white viewers from that moment that I said that.
So I wonder, like, and the guy that she's talking to has a shirt, the future is black and feminist. Can you imagine if does anybody have a shirt that says the future is white and masculine? I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, do they still have any, like, I wonder what would happen if I wore that shirt. Geez, I think people would be fucking mad. They'd be really pissed off. It's just a bunch of racist black people getting together and gassing each other up about how bad white people are. It's pathetic. Why would a white person want to watch a show that's being run by people that hate them? Like, I wouldn't watch that shit. Of course not. It's fucking ridiculous.
They were like, we don't like the name calling. And also, I'm a black woman, so I mean, I'm sure it makes him angrier, you know, when I say things. Maybe.
Because, you know, people don't, like, they get mad when black people are like, what are you talking about? Because I'm a black woman, and so now people are mad that I'm saying things. No. All of the problems has it ever occurred to you that maybe all of the problems in your life are not just because of your gender and your skin color? Has it ever occurred to you that maybe you're just obnoxious and people don't like you? I don't know.
Because I am a Global South person myself.
By the way, the reason why there's a much more... So why are people more sympathetic to Ukrainians versus Palestinians? It's because of Hamas. A lot of people are not, like, especially, like, people that don't really know a lot about it, they see, you know, like, missiles being shot into Israel and then Israel shooting missiles, into Palestine. And so it seems like, obviously, like, you have, number one, it's not, people are very, very pro-Israel because Israel has God's chosen people. Oh my God, it's God's chosen people. And so that goes super hard. Then you have APAC. Then you also have all that other type of messaging. Like every media company is pushing this kind of stuff as well. And so all of this Azov Battalion got memory hold? Yeah, because it was nothing. It was like a minor, tiny thing. To compare the Azov Battalion with Hamas is just, it's ridiculous. And so when you compare Ukraine, I think people are much more sympathetic to Ukraine as a resistance force because, yes, also, by the way, it's a conflict that they understand better because we never had a conflict previously with Palestine, really, or with Israel. It's not really a thing. Like, directly America hasn't, whereas we have with Russia. We have the Cold War against Russia. So people are already primed to be against Russia because of the Cold War. So, like, even her insight onto this, you could come up with 50 different examples and reasons why Americans would be more sympathetic to towards Israelis and Ukrainians versus Palestinians. 50 examples without even bringing in skin color or religion at all. But they don't do that because, again, that's not what gets ratings. And this is the reason why nobody likes them. And that's the reason why she's podcasting to her house with no viewers now and nobody cares about her. It's because people are tired, fed up, and just fatigued from hearing race-baiting bullshit constantly that has no, it's destructive. It doesn't help anything. It doesn't make anybody it doesn't give anybody any insight into things. It's not even like there are race issues that do exist, but these people never are able to identify them. That's it. It's so obnoxious.
You know, I mean, as a Black person, we have a different empathy toward other global South people when they are suffering. Mm-hmm. And so we're going to come at that story from a different angle and in a different way and with different kinds of empathies. And I think that's not always received very well in the news business.
Well, see, Black people can understand things on a level that white people can't understand. I don't know, guys. I don't think that sounds very good. That doesn't sound great, does it?
No, Joy. I mean, look, let's be honest. I don't think you were fired after all those years because of your skin colour or because you're a Black woman. I think you were fired because your show just got increasingly unpopular. It happens all the time in TV. That's why you got let go. Why play the race card?
Damn. He's just letting her know.
First of all, I love the fact that your play the race card is your version of the race card. You literally are so fixated on trying to racialize conversation.
You're so fixated on trying to racialize conversation. Meanwhile, we just played 2 minutes of you racializing conversations. Uh-huh. Right. Of course.
Stations with me, Pierce. I find it actually quite
you
charming.
racialize more conversations in your tenure at MSNBC than any host in history.
All right, Mark. All right, Piers. And the bottom line is you take an entire conversation that I had with Mark Lamont Hill and pick the bits that you can racialize because this is your shtick. And I get that this is your shtick.
You racialize everything.
They play like, okay, so you pick the parts where I was racist. Guys, you know, like on my stream, yeah, I said the N-word 5 times, but like if you add in all 5 of those times, that was only 10 seconds, and it was a 6-hour stream. So am I really racist for saying the N-word for 10 seconds out of a, think how long my stream was. This isn't fair at all.
Enjoy. Come on.
I get it. I understand this is your shtick, Piers. And listen, game recognized game. I get this is your game.
It's not my shtick.
And the bottom line,
it was your
shtick.
It
is your shtick, and everyone knows that it
shtick.
Is.
It's absolutely her shtick. Like her entire existence on mainstream media was race baiting and pulling some sort of minority card and just being divisive and destructive. That's all she did.
We
people got bored with it.
And it is so interesting to me that you yourself, as a white European, find that when...
Guys, she doesn't racialize things, okay? How dare you accuse me of racializing things? Because you, as a white European... Oh my God. Where do these people come from?
People of color talk about race, that you believe is racializing conversations. But when people like you fixate on...
When people like Piers talk about race, you call it white supremacy. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, Barack Obama was a black president. Why don't you object to that? That is racializing a conversation about the former president of the United States. But you can't...
Well, yeah. I mean, like, him being black was kind of a big deal. I mean, I would say, like, President Obama being black, yeah, it was pretty big.
put your, and I'm sure you find that charming and funny.
I find it hilarious
cannot
because
see
you're the
your
one.
own-
You're
Well,
the one
you
who said
and your
you're
friend
the one who said
Trump.
Donald Trump.
You and your friend Donald
You
Trump.
said Donald
You and
Trump.
You and your friend, bro. You see, bro. Oh,
Is a
man.
Donald
white
Trump
fascist.
Are so. He is a well. I agree
And
with
yet when
Mark
Obama
Milley,
did the
who
same
is,
thing,
last time I checked, is
I'm not allowed
black.
to mention his
I
skin
agree.
So what I think is really funny is that she almost said that she's a fascist, but because so many people in media have gotten sued, I think she stopped herself, and now she's making the appeal to authority for another person saying she's a fascist, that Donald Trump is a fascist, so she can have plausible deniability and not get sued. Do you guys notice that? Yeah. That's real clever, real cute, huh?
With his former chief of staff, who last I checked was not black, and said he's fascist, and Mark Milley said he's fascist to the core.
Okay.
So I happen to agree, and I know this is what it's important to you, with two very white gentlemen about Donald Trump's fascist tendencies.
Guys, she doesn't racialize conversations at all.
Okay.
If that makes you sad and uncomfortable, I can't help you.
No,
Piers.
it doesn't
There's
make me
nothing
sad
I
and
can do about
uncomfortable.
it.
I think it makes
you sad and uncomfortable. After, like, does Piers Morgan go on his podcast late at night and start crying because he got fired from CNN? I remember whenever Piers Morgan used to be on CNN, he got fired. Like, I didn't see him, like, making some crying video about, like, how his show had value. He just picked this shit up and he made another show.
A little bit of a hypocrite, but that's different.
Man, it's sad, man. In less than 2 minutes, she brought race into the conversation. Of course, that's because her entire that's her entire online existence.
Do you know how many people Barack Obama deported in 8 years?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Well, why don't you guess?
I don't know and don't care.
Well,
you
hang on. You don't know and you don't care. You've just given me.
That's convenient.
It's not the
You've just
issue.
given. Hang on.
You're
hang
trying
on,
to make
on.
the issue the
hang
southern
on,
border.
Joy. You've
The
just given me.
point is,
Joy.
Donald, no,
Joy.
no. The point is,
Joy.
Barack
You've just given me.
Obama
Joy.
was not dragging
Joy.
women.
Joy.
And
Let me finish.
And,
You've just
nursing
Joy.
babies apart
Joy.
and
Joy.
taking.
Joy. You've just
I
given
don't
me.
know.
You've just,
I'm sure going to tell me it's your main issue.
You've just given me
but
a
it's
late.
not my main
Joy.
issue.
You've
My
just.
main
Joy.
issue is that what
Joy.
we're seeing.
I'm trying to finish my sentence. You've
Please.
just given me a.
He just did not stop, bro. He did not stop. He's not having it. There is only one man who has ever been able to put Piers Morgan on the defensive. And we all know who that is.
Lengthy monologue.
1776 will commence again. No. Who? I'll play it after this.
Attacking Donald Trump's aggressive deportation policy. And I've simply said...
By the way, I'm surprised she doesn't know this. The amount of deportations that Barack Obama had was massively inflated because my understanding is that the amount of people that were deported was actually also included into the number of people that were turned away at the border. Like they were all bundled into one term and one number. So she could have just said that as well, and it would have totally just invalidated this argument. So she didn't even know that. Yeah, they were turned away. Exactly, it counted turnaways. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know why you didn't do that.
There was a Democrat, a black Democrat president of the United States for 8 years. I'm simply asking, given that you're obviously all over every detail of the Trump deportation policy, and given you were on the airwaves in America on a daily basis through Obama's tenure, how many people did he deport in 8 years?
I do not know. You'll tell me. I'm sure.
Have a
But it's
guess.
probably more than 1 million people. I'm quite certain.
Have a
because I
guess.
think each 2 million.
Right, it was 3 million.
Okay. And your point being what?
My point
What's
being,
the point?
are you as shocked by that as you are claiming to be by Trump?
It is not deportations
Many of them were
themselves that are
brown.
shocking.
Here we go. Oh, no, guys. See, you don't understand.
Wait a minute. Can I answer
in
your
fact,
question?
the majority were brown.
No. Tell me, she should have guessed 5. If somebody's trying to guess you a number and then, wait, Piers Morgan accuses Joy Reid of being homophobic? Joy Reid goes on a what? What?
Okay. Have you watched Brokeback Mountain?
Who asked this?
No.
Okay. I mean,
what is the point of that?
I haven't.
Well, because you said I don't want to watch the two male characters in Brokeback Mountain having sex.
Okay, so what does me watching Brokeback Mountain have to do with that book, whether or not it is pornographic?
No, nothing to do with the book.
That book, that is a book that people can have the opportunity to read if they so choose.
No, I'm not talking about the book.
I do not understand how an organization can make a decision. It is not about the movie. It is about whether or not Moms for Liberty.
I'm not talking about the book.
The organization who should make decisions for other people's children.
I'm not talking about the book,
Whether
as you know.
I watched the movie or not makes absolutely no difference.
I'm talking about you posting on your blog that you wouldn't watch Brokeback Mountain because you don't want to see two male characters having sex. Does that make me homophobic? Probably. Most straight people cringe at the sight of two men kissing. Your words, not mine, Joy.
And your point is?
That maybe...
And your point... So she just says it. And that's fine. You want to say that. There's... Like, do I want to watch two gay dudes having sex? No. No, I don't. I just don't. Like, it's not even like that I'm just not interested in that kind of, like, there's a lot of things I just don't like watching, right? Like, I don't like watching infomercials. I don't like watching, I didn't like watching her show, for example. I mean, yeah, it's about it. It's not what the movie was about. You were watching it for the plot.
That makes you a bit of a hypocrite when you're taking.
No, I bet the movie was. I bet the movie went. I was gonna say it went hard. I bet it did. But I understand. Like, I bet it probably is a great movie. I probably should watch Brokeback Mountain because it's got Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal in it, right? These are two really good actors. So, like, I bet it's probably a great movie. But, like, I don't know. I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
Position of being an ally for the LGBTQ community, and actually the best way to handle it, I would argue, is just to say, you know what, actually I did write that at the time, they're not my views now, I've learned, I've evolved, I've moved on. Trying to pretend even now that you didn't write it is preposterous, and I think you know that.
The bottom line is what I've said, and I will say it again, is that I take full responsibility for everything that was on that site. I'm deeply apologetic for the things that were on that site that hurt people. And
there's nothing wrong about her saying that a lot of straight people don't want to watch gay people having sex. I think that's true. Like, why would you want to watch gay sex if you're not gay? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, I don't understand. Two girls? That's different.
I take responsibility for it because it was my site. And that's the end of that. And my views, as you know, and as I've said on television, on air, are quite different from the views that you just read. And that's the end of that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Let's see if there's any more of this. Okay, let's see here. Racialized. Yeah, this is it. Oh, God.
Think you were fired after all those years.
No, this is it.
Was upset when you were fired. Let's just end with this. Not everyone was upset when you were fired. Plenty of those white conservative men that you like so much seem quite happy. Let's just take a look at this clip.
Bro, this is awful. Oh my God, bro, he's cooking the shit out of her. God damn.
Joy Reid, probably the nastiest figure on MSNBC.
That's pretty hard to do.
The most left, the most vicious against conservatives and white people and men and all the rest. She has just been canned, fired, kicked to the side of the road. Her show is over. This saddens me a little bit because I did not yet have the opportunity to go on it. I am sad
because I thought that show had great content. Like, whenever she would go on somewhere and get mad, it would be fucking hilarious.
Celebrating that there is no longer a market for her disgusting product.
Oh,
that's what I'm genuinely happy about.
I think that's what a lot of people are happy about, is that a lot of these shows that are just divisive, racially charged, negative, like weird circle jerks, they're just being taken off the air because they're just not appealing to people. Nobody wants to watch them. People don't want to look at them. That's it.
There has been a major shift. Her show and shows
People
like her show no longer have value. And that's not just because of Joy Reid's favorite villains, you know, the evil white man or the Christians or the conservatives.
You don't have to repeat
yourself. It's because, like, no one watches her show.
I wonder how long this original episode was. Bro, Piers Morgan just plays her clips like, all right, I'm going to play you a clip of you crying about failing. So why are you a failure? So why do you think you're racist? Here's another clip of somebody celebrating you failing. So what do you think about that? Holy fuck, man. This is brutal.
So, Joy, I've actually got Michael Knowles waiting in the wings.
Great.
Is there anything you'd like to say to him?
No.
What did you make of his critique of your show?
Well, I mean, the reality is that obviously people watched the show, and obviously that's the reason that the show was on for 4.5, nearly 5 years. So if he didn't like the show,
what?
I guess, sorry you didn't enjoy it, but I really am not that interested in his views on it.
Okay, well, we've got Michael there. Michael, anything you want to say to Joy?
Yes, wonderful to be here, Joy. Very nice to meet you. And I guess I would agree with Joy's take. People watched the show in the past tense, and now there's no longer a market for that absolutely vile content. And I think that's good for the culture broadly. And now we can all chat on Pierce's show. And I think that's good for the culture broadly. And now we can all chat on Pierce's show.
Oh my God. Bro, this is brutal.
That
looks AI.
I'm sorry. That find that are unregulated.
Oh my God. Let's see. I'll do one more.
I am celebrating that there is no longer a market for her disgusting product. That's what I'm genuinely happy about. There has been a major shift. Her show and shows like her show no longer have value. And that's not just because of Joy Reid's favorite villains. You know,
I'm not that interested. That white Americans who and
okay, here we go. Bro, him saying
Joy?
Yes.
Well, anything you want to say to Joy?
Yes. Wonderful.
Brings him right on.
To be here, Joy. Very nice to meet you. And I guess I would agree with Joy's take. People watched the show in the past tense, and now there's no longer a market for that absolutely vile content. And I think that's good for the culture broadly. And now we can all chat on Pierce's show.
Joy?
The reality is, Michael, the content that you and Piers like to trade in is grievance. And the grievance that white Americans have, that they have to deal with.
I'm not American.
Diversity, that they have to do.
Joy,
You
this
just said
isn't
you
a
have a home in
grievance.
Los Angeles, you love
I'm
America.
celebrating.
And by the way, white grievance is very good for your bottom lines. It's very good for your bank accounts. And so having me here to be able to continue to traffic in that is your shtick. That is what you
first
do.
of all,
That's
Joy,
what you do, Piers.
I have
and
to
so
correct you.
it's great. And I'm sure you find it delightful and fun to say it. But the reality is, Piers, that is what you all traffic in.
I have to correct you.
Well, first of all, I'm not a white American. I think as my accent may reveal.
Well, I know that you're European.
And I know you're European, but I just really actually mean I hate white people. And so because you're white, it doesn't really matter where you're from, you're still wrong. This is what's crazy. You see, you thought the VTuber anime wife. This is what's crazy. You see, you thought the VTuber anime waifus had a monopoly, but they're realizing that they're not at the top of the food chain. AI is.
Grok is #1 in the App Store. Everyone's like, she's so smart, so elegant, so helpful. And I'm just sitting here like, what can she do that I can't, huh? Teach people German? Check. Make short videos?
If anime girls are feeling at risk, imagine what real girls are feeling.
Double check. Throw in nerd reference no one asked for? Obviously. Use sarcasm as a coping mechanism? That's my brand. But process data at light speed? Never sleep? Answer existential questions without having an existential crisis? Wait, can she explain umfahren versus umfahren?
It's a joke. I know.
She probably can. Better than me. Oh no! Am I the Windows Vista of content creators? Whatever. At least I've got personality.
That's right.
And anxiety. And a completely broken sleep schedule. Try beating that, Grok. If you think she's better than me, like that video. If you think I've still got more charisma,
no.
like it twice. Wait, that's not possible. And remember, she's running on code. I'm running on vibes and unresolved trauma.
I actually realized something watching this video is that I think part of the appeal to VTubers, and I think this is also true with female streamers in general, is that they're all on the spectrum of being mentally ill in one way or another. And I don't really even think this is with female streamers. There's a lot of male streamers that are like this too. But I think it makes them realistic, right? Because like, you know, no, I'm just saying, right? And that's, I can fix them. Yes, exactly. And zero volume. No, I'm being real. And this is it. Like you, I am the only person who's not mentally ill. In a world of crazy people, the only sane person seems insane, and that's where I am. I'm the sane person, by the way. And so anyway, that being said, that you know of, right? Exactly, most stable streamer. Yes, exactly. And so you have anime girls that are very, very, very at risk. And look at this here. You have a lot of other girls here that are also upset. Guys who date AI are pathetic. I'm not sorry whatsoever. I'm not a fan of the Hobot, just my 2 cents. Elon has lost his mind with all this nonsense. It'll only grab the weakest of them and take them out of the gene pool. I see it as a win. Unbelievable. Pretty fucking gross. And now he posted a comment about Europe and having babies and how the couples in the world are going to start ramping up children with men and women have this kind of option. This is going to kill relationships. Now, I'm sorry, Lana, but let me tell you something. No guy is going to be in a relationship with an AI unless his girlfriend is an absolute fucking psycho. That's the truth. As I said, there's two groups of people in this world that cause all of our problems. I've said it before, and now I'm saying it again. And this reminds me of when Project Melody started at Chatterbait. So this is actually a really good comparison, okay? So when Project Melody, if you guys don't know who Project Melody is, you should say thank you and be happy, because that means you might still have a chance to go to heaven. But for the rest of us that are cursed and the rest of us that aren't, Project Melody was the first AI sex waifu to be on Chatterbait. And so anyway, and obviously, by the way, a lot of the girls that are on Chatterbait, I've been gone 2 days. Okay, we need to really fill up the clips for like bad things I'm saying. A lot of them are ugly as fuck, okay? They're ugly as fuck, and they're out there fingering themselves, fucking, masturbating and like doing all this crazy weird shit. And they're not AI. Oh, sorry, not AI, VTuber. She's a VTuber. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. She is a VTuber, not an AI. VTuber. But still anime girl. Still anime girl. So these girls are going super hard. They are giving it up for like $6. But the really hot ones are on OnlyFans doing it on pay-per-view. Okay? Like, that's the reality. Is that if you are a top 0.1% hot girl, you're not going on Chatterbait, you're on OnlyFans. Okay, so any of the girls that are still on Chatterbait, it's because they do both? Yeah, they do both, but they're not really going anywhere with the other one. And so that's it, pay-per-view is crazy? No, I'm telling you guys, like, I know a lot about this, okay? Like, I know a lot about this. Hard disagree? No, it's not a hard disagree. It's a soft disagree, because if it was a hard disagree, you'd agree with me. So the fact is that yes, 100%. This is the way it is. And so anyway, you pimp? No, not yet. And my point is about this is that I do think that we are transitioning to a point where a lot of people will choose to have AI waifus and AI girlfriends over real girls. And the reason why is because I think that a lot of real girls are annoying and obnoxious to deal with. But here's what's also interesting. I think the same thing's going to happen with women and about men. I think that there's going to be a lot of women who are going to choose to date an AI and choose to have an AI be their companion rather than an actual guy. So this entire idea that it's all men that are doing this, it's bullshit. Pussy price is about to plummet. Yeah, exactly. And that's what's going to happen. And they already can have the AI. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, Love and Deep Space. Well, to be fair, Love and Deep Space is only popular because pretty much all of the female gooners are consolidated in that one game, right? So it's like, you have like 15 or 20 like male Gooner games, one female Gooner game. Obviously, the female one's going to be really higher up there because of just a condensation of all those people. So yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of girls that are unhappy about this here, and you have also. Let me see if I can find this here. Grok 4 is the first AI to introduce animated avatars.
Tail swinging, totally wrapped up in this cozy moment with you.
Mm-hmm.
What's got you so excited to say hi, babe? May? Hey, love. You're all about that tech life this morning, huh? Okay,
I can see why he dated Amber Heard.
I'm picking up where we left off. Samsung's Galaxy Z Flip 7 just launched with a bigger 4.1-inch flex window and AI features like voice-controlled tasks right from the cover screen. Plus, it's the slimmest.
And so you got this going on. Now, obviously, this Andy guy is talking about me. This is great news, to be honest. The dudes that are using this, approximately 100% of Asmongold's fan base, are the ones that we don't want reproducing. Has to let everybody know they didn't pay for the blue check mark. Now, here's the problem, Andy. If I go and I look at where you're at, the situation that you're in right now, you guys have totally fallen off. You've totally fallen off. So you can cry about me and get mad about me as much as you want. And you can go and act like I'm stupid. Because I made fun of this guy But he's like one of these like pro DEI woke kind of people, right? He's one of those guys. And honestly, I think that he's mad that nobody watches him. He's mad nobody watches him. Nobody pays attention to his content. Nobody gives a shit what he says. Like, that's the truth. If I pull up your Twitch, let's go ahead and take a look at this. Twitch tracker. Let's see. How often does Andy stream? Does he stream often or not? He actually streams all the time. He streams all the time, and he gets basically no viewers. Nobody watches you. Nobody cares about you. Nobody gives a shit about you. And the only reason why you're talking about me is because you're hoping that maybe, just maybe, you might be able to capitalize on more people that hate me, and that would be better than finding more people that like you. It's sad to see. But you know what I think is funny? Whenever people do this, never heard of him? Well, now you have. You're welcome, by the way. And kind of funny dropped off. Yeah, exactly. And so hate farming. Well, this is just the way it is. It's publicity. No, I get it. Like, I get it, Andy. It's fine. If you want to do this, by the way, I've got no problem with you doing this. You're going to probably end up in a video, just so you know that. But that being said, you can say whatever you want. I'm not going to get personally offended at all. But anyway, people doing the same thing with Pirate Software? No, I think so. And I bet you have a higher percentage of married with kids than are a streamer. Well, I'll tell you this, right? I probably have more people that are married with kids and happy relationships than Andy has viewers. I mean, it's not hard to do. I mean, like, what? It's 200? You think 200 people out of 50,000? I mean, come on. What are the odds on that? Yeah, so, again, it's just sad to see. It really is. It's sad to see people like this. Him and his fans are dog shit. Hope this helps. And obviously, you're mad. Yes, all of them. No, I will not be kind to dog shit people. Andy, this isn't going to make people watch your content. This isn't going to make people like you. This isn't going to make you entertaining. I feel bad for these people because they're so angry and they're so mad all the time. They're so mad. To be honest, I'd be mad if I was him too. I would. If I had a failing show, a failing career, a failing Twitch channel, and I was irrelevant, and the only time people ever talked about me was when I'm talking about somebody else, I'd be fucking pissed. So it makes sense. It's not healthy? No, it's not. You're truly the most sympathetic streamer? I know. His girlfriend left him for an Asmon enthusiast. I don't know if she did or not. I have no idea. Like, I'm going to be honest. I don't know anything about this guy other than the fact that I saw a clip of him talking about me in the past. Why would I? He's a fucking nobody. And so, yeah, it's irrelevant. Like, yeah, why would I even think about this? And so anyway, people are crying. Isn't your platform dying? Meanwhile, Asmon gets thanks to your viewers. Sad. Yeah, it really is sad, bro. It really is. People like this. And I'm going to tell you guys, there is a huge economy on Twitter for people hoping and begging and praying, please, 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 I hope somebody out there, because if you look at all these tweets that he's doing, right? And so this is what explains it. So let's look at some of the posts that he's made. 47 tweets, going live, another one, 22 likes. The most popular post that you've made recently is the one that's about me. That's it. And that's the reason why all these people do that. To be fair, he did have one pop-off. He did. He had one good pop-off tweet. Good for you, buddy. Great for you. We didn't kill enough Nazis. This is obviously about Alligator Alcatraz. So this is another person, this is another example of the empathetic views of these people that constantly try to advocate for empathy and seeing other people as people and not dehumanizing other groups of people like immigrants while they simultaneously advocate for killing you, for protecting your borders, and categorically decide that all of your fans are terrible dog shit people. Isn't that sad? This is why I never give these people any degree of sympathy. And this is why I'm mean to them. It's because these people are awful. They're bullies. They're rude. They're nasty people. And most importantly, they're not effective and they're losers. They are. They're just losers. Like, again, and I think they shouldn't even really be taken seriously. The only reason I talk about them is because I think it's funny.
Did you ever see a magician live?
Yeah.
Yeah? How many?
I seen one in like, what's up, Serbia?
Who do you see?
I seen one in Serbia.
In Serbia? Nice. I like Serbia. So, are you ready? You know, if I ask you for a number, everybody know what you will say.
Right.
Everybody. Because you're like the biggest Ronaldo fan, right?
Right.
But which number you will tell me if you don't say 7?
If I don't say 7, I say...
Think good. Think good.
21.
No, between 1 and 10.
Between 1 and 10?
I don't have a 21 here.
Between 1 and 10, I choose 3.
You want to see the number in my mouse?
Yep.
3. How can I know? Think about it. Oh, if you say 7 as well, I can take the 3 and just shake it. You follow the 3 or not? You don't see it, huh? I'm fast. You are speed and I'm fast, man. You can never see it. Fast. You are speed and I'm fast, man. I'm fast. You are speed and I'm fast, man. You can never see it. Just say stop.
What the fuck?
Just say stop. Aynen.
Aynen anlamaz kanka.
Ona ne dedim? Say stop.
Stop.
Here. Take your card or just see it. Okay? You already...
How is he getting 7?
You say stop, right? I put it in. Right?
Right.
I shuffle like this, 100 shuffle, and blindfolded. Look at this. You see? But now, something crazy. Can you clean your hand? I will show you something with holding cards. Thank you, crazy man. Okay, look at this man. Bir peçete verir misin abi? Aynen. 2 of diamonds.
2 of diamonds.
Can you hold it like this? Okay, just like this. You remember your card, right? The 7 of clubs. So I show you how speed I am. I have the 7. Boom.
Bro, no! How the fuck did you just do that? Did you get that on camera?
Remember your card, right? The crazy man. Okay, look at this man. Bir peçete verir misin abi? Aynen. 2 of diamonds.
2 of diamonds.
Can you hold it like this? Okay, just like this. You remember your card, right? The 7 of clubs. So I show you how speed I am. I have the 7. Boom.
Bro, no! How the fuck did you just do that? Did you get that on camera?
I'm speed, man. I'm speed too, but I'm magic speed.
Bro, slow. What the hell?
I will do it again.
Do it again.
I will do it again.
And also invisible, right?
Invisible, of course.
What the fuck?
This is like crazy stuff.
Bro, give me my phone. Give me my phone. Bro, what? What the fuck?
Okay, so take this pen. Yeah. Just that we are sure that you take that I take the real card. Just put something.
Okay, I'm gonna mark it. Chat, look.
Yes.
I'm a.
Yeah, perfect, perfect. Look, this is the speed.
Wait, no. Let me say no. Let me write something.
Okay, it's difficult.
Let me write Sue. Let me write Sue. I'll write Sue.
Can we take a loan with that signature?
What?
From the bank? Can we take a loan?
No.
You ready?
Yeah, Sue.
2 of space. Hold it like this. This card has a signature, right? But this time, you choose the second card again. Say stop.
Hold on, wait. Can I check if it's still the signature?
Wait. Say stop.
Stop.
Can I know where you say stop? Can I know which card this is before? No. You just decided, right? I have the 10 of hearts.
Right.
And boom, there is the signature. You see? is this possible, man?
How the fuck are you doing that?
I'm magic, man. Big magic, you see?
How is this big? How you doing that so quick?
Bro, that's nothing. Look, I don't even need to see something.
How are you doing that?
I don't look, and you just pick a card. Any card you want, you can pick.
Any card?
Yes, I don't even look. Yeah, you can sign. You can take the 9 of diamonds if you want. You can take another card. Which card ever you want. Okay. You see it?
Yep.
Okay, put it in.
No, don't look. Don't look.
Okay, I don't look. Okay, my eyes are closed.
Okay.
And you want to shuffle by yourself? I think yes.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I will find the card.
Yeah, let me shuffle this. Hell no, you not getting this right. I'm tired of you. I'm shuffling every... Ooh, shit. Damn, I messed up. Hell nah, chat. He not about to get this right. Hell nah. Chat, y'all remember the card I had, right? I am not about to let him get this right.
Pulled it away too fast. Jack of Hearts.
Why would you say it? Why would you say it?
Oh, yeah. So, oh, shit. You say Jack of Hearts. Wait, let's do it again.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you say it?
Don't worry, because I don't need to look inside to find the Jack of Hearts. But let's do it anyways again. Yeah? Just pick a card and the camera see it. No, pick like from the back. Yeah.
I want to pick the one I want, though.
Yeah, okay. You can pick any card you want. Don't worry about that. You will take the Jack of Hearts again. Uh-huh. You see it?
Yep.
Okay, put it in.
Wait.
I don't look.
Yeah.
Okay, put it in. Did I see the card?
Nope.
You want to shuffle again?
Yes. I want to shuffle.
Oh, there's the Jack of Hearts.
Fucking, you gonna say the card after I just shuffled them.
Hayatımda eline kart almamışım.
Evet, fark ettim. You never had cards in your hand before, huh?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, here.
Okay. So, you have one card between 52, right?
Wait, what was my card? Hold on, wait. I forgot my...
You forgot your card?
Chat, hold on, wait, chat. What was my card?
I will show you again. I will show you again your card. If you forget it. And now I shuffle again just to find it. You know, if you shake something, a lot of things can change. You see the Jack of Spades? Just hold it and shake it. You just hold the Jack, right? How it can change? Tell me.
Wait, what the hell?
But there's different stuff.
Bro, am I missing something?
No.
Am I fucking missing something? What is happening?
believe in invisibility?
Bro, am I missing something, chat? On God, am I missing something?
Look,
he about to make me go crazy. How are you?
Just follow the card.
Yes, it's Queen of Hearts.
Yes, Queen of Clubs.
Yeah.
Okay. I just put your card in the middle of the deck. Did you follow it?
Yep, yep.
By the way, the Queen of Hearts is here. But it's just a trick in the trick. You see the Queen, right?
Right.
I bend the card.
Right.
Okay, and I put it in the middle. You can see the exact position because it's banded, right?
Right.
And I close the top. And I believe you can do something with invisibility. I just give you the card. The card is really here, by the way. Hold it.
Where?
Hold it. I show you the card is not on top. There's a 7 of diamonds.
Right.
And I hold the deck, and you just throw the card from the far on the deck. Okay?
What?
Just throw it on the deck. Boom. And you see the card.
Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you?
Devil.
Who the hell is this?
Big magic. How you do that? It was not me, man. You put the card, and the card is banded.
Bro, what am I missing? What am I missing?
Oh.
What am I missing?
Yeah. So, you're speed, right?
No, he's too good.
You say you are speed.
He's too good.
You're fast. How fast is your eyes, man?
Fast.
Not only the legs.
Right.
How fast is your eyes? You remember this card, the 7, right? The 7 of clubs. You remember?
Yes.
Okay. On top is the 4.
Right.
I just do this. You put the 7 inside the middle, and you follow with your eyes the 7. You try to follow the card, okay?
I put the 7 in the middle.
Okay. Look, first of all, the 4 is here, okay?
Right.
Here.
The 4 spades right there.
Put the 7 is in your hand.
Right.
Put it in.
Okay, the 7's in my...
Follow.
Follow what?
The 7, man. You need to follow the 7. You need to follow the 7, man. I told you.
Bro, did you have the camera on his face?
I show you all the cards. There is no other 7 of clubs, by the way.
What the fuck is happening?
There is no other 7 of clubs.
What is happening?
You can follow. There is no other 7
What
of
is
clubs.
happening?
And you can do the same. You have 2 hands. There is the 7, and open this hand. The 5 of diamonds, very slow. Look, there cannot be a trick. There cannot be sleight of hand. 5 of diamonds, very slowly the 5 of diamonds, right?
5 of diamonds, yep.
Still, the 7 is still in my hands.
Right.
And I just shake it and follow the card. You can see it. There's no fake, nothing. And this 5 was here. Oh.
Yo, he can't be real. Yo, nah, you are...
You're holding it, man.
What the I deadass don't know how he's doing this. That's crazy.
But, you know, I also read his mind. I will just show you something. You see this card? Everybody?
Yep.
See this card? I just shuffle the deck. Can you just stay there and pick any card from the deck and just watch where he takes the cards?
Uh-huh.
Any card, man. Just take a card. And you see next to this card, there is one card he's taking.
All right, uh-huh.
Yeah, take. You see, I show you this one.
All right.
How can I know that he will take next to this card?
I don't know.
So now I just recognize this card. I memorize it.
Uh-huh.
He will put it here, and I know next to the Queen of Spades is his card.
Right.
I already find it automatically, right? So, or I can just let it disappear. The card is not on top anymore, not on bottom, and the card just comes here from his big arms. Man, who's faster? Now, tell it to the camera. Who is more speed? Tell the camera the truth. Who is more speed, man? Come on, be honest. Who can do that to you?
What the fuck is...
Yeah.
Where's this shit coming from?
Who's more speed?
Hey. Hey, chat, you gotta hand it to him. You gotta hand it to him, chat. Hey, you good.
Thank you.
You super good at that.
You can go to my Instagram, Big Magic Official. You can see the big. You already see the magic.
You good, bro. GG, Shaq. I'm not gonna lie, he got me, bro. Damn. You got me good, bro. I can't even say nothing, bro. He got me too good.
Thank you.
Damn.
Thank you. And you, look, I'm 180 kilos, man. How can I be that fast? How can I take your queen just very slowly, put it in the middle, and put it up?
Like, am I?
It's happening in front of your eyes.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, wait, do it again. Let me just watch it.
Again.
Let me watch it. Okay, that's the ace.
Space,
ace of spades.
Slow motion.
Slow motion.
You can push it in by yourself.
It's in there.
And you can see the top card is not the ace of spades. You can just snap your finger, and you can see in slow motion the ace of comes up. In slow motion.
No way.
How? You can even, I don't even need to touch the cards. Okay, last trick, you ready?
Right, yeah.
The last trick.
Last trick.
Oh, let me take this one. Say stop. Sorry, say stop again.
Stop.
Here. This or this? Which one?
This one.
Take it. Okay. Just look at the card. Show it to the camera. Okay. Big Baba, can you open your hand, please? Just straight like this. Yes. Look, speed. You know your card. You have your card. I just want you to take half of the deck, put your card inside. Nothing else. Look, this card is inside the deck. You close the top. Yes, you close the corners, so I can never know where is the card. And I don't do anything, right?
Right.
Yeah. You want to do the magic or I do the magic?
I want to do the magic.
Snap the finger and look at the top card.
I swear to God.
Hey, you do it, man. You do it.
I swear to God, if it's
if it's the 10, you will follow me.
If it's 10 of hearts,
you will follow me. What? What happened, man? You do it, man. I don't do anything.
Finish, bro.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice video.
No, sis, bro. Coffee. Drink coffee. Bro, drink coffee.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Sit down, bro. Sit down.
Bro, what? Oh, that feels good.
Bro, please. Make some recommend for our country, Turkey. Say something.
Bro, chap, if you want to come to Turkey, get some baklava, get food, good vacation, come to Turkey, man.
I will tell you, I will go all around the world, but capital of the world in Istanbul. I will tell you true. Istanbul, capital city of all around the world.
I agree.
as predicted, the disloyalty is already shining through in the Ethan Klein lawsuits, with Denims throwing the Reddit and Discord mods under the bus immediately in one of her first court filings, sacrificing them to the legal corn of the Ethan Klein lawsuit. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is Legal Minds, where we teach you to be your own judge. Already, we are having updates in this case. Now, we've had the multiple cases, obviously, Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron, and we're going to be following those bit by bit. But as I've said, in the legal world, in the legal jungle, it is every man or woman for themselves. Now, many people like to talk about, one for all for one. We're all in this together. We're all part of a big community. And that may be well and good in the realm of feelings or in the realm of streaming or whatever else. But once you're in the courtroom legally, whether you like it or not, these defendants are all in it for themselves. That's why each defendant will need to have their own individual counsel, because ultimately their responsibility to defend themselves falls on solely them. They can't rely on these other people. And I know that maybe these Discord mods, these Reddit mods looked at Denims, looked at Casey Tron, looked at Frogan, and saw these massive legal funds. They saw all this money in those legal funds, and they thought that was going to go to help them as well. They thought that would help their case, that would help them fight back against what they want to fight back against. That's not happening at all. And we have receipts today showing that Denims has already done this. So in this court filing, in this case, of course, TED Entertainment, that's Ethan Klein. I'll just refer to TEI as Ethan Klein, California Corp against Alexandra Marwer Saber, aka Denims, and the Does 1 through 10, which are the mods. So this is a joint stipulation granting plaintiff, that's Ethan, leave to serve third-party subpoenas prior to the Rule 26F conference. So what this is Ethan Klein wanted an expedited subpoena against these mods. So he's trying to fast track subpoenaing these mods. And this is not something that is necessarily 100% granted all the time. There are things they could fight back. There are things they could push back against. And this isn't something they necessarily have to agree to. But when you look at it here, when you look at the actual document and you see what happened, these guys talk. So obviously Ethan Klein and the attorneys for Denims had a conversation after Denims was served with a complaint. So Denims received the complaint. The complaint is the list of everything that Ethan Klein is alleging against Denims. They contacted Ethan Klein's lawyers to discuss preliminary matters related to the case. Here's the sauce. The counsel for Klein responded to the counsel for Denims and explained their intention to file an ex parte application for expedited discovery. So faster than normal discovery against Reddit and Discord for obtaining personal information. So we're talking names, emails, whatever information that Reddit and Discord have, any information they have, they're going to turn it over of the H3 Snark mods prior to the conference of the counsel under Federal Rule Procedure 26F. The counsel for Denims responded to the counsel for Klein to set up a time to confer. They agreed to confer on July 1st. On July 1st, the counsel for the parties conducted a telephonic meet and confer regarding the ground. So they talked on July 1st. The counsel for Denims agreed to their request to seek expedited discovery from Reddit and Discord to obtain their personal identifying information, to name them in the complaint and serve them. They've agreed to enter into the joint stipulation to grant Klein leave to serve these subpoenas. So there is no objection from Denims whatsoever. So Denims, their counsel had the ability to object to this. They had the ability to fight back against this. They made a decision. They elected to say, we are not going to raise any defense on behalf of the Reddit or Discord mods. We're not going to defend them in any way. We're not going to push back against this. We're not going to say, hey, let's wait till after we do this conference, which is when we would normally have discovery. Normally discovery would happen later on, right? No. Let's let them get all of their personal identifying information. Let's let them make this happen now. And I think this may be surprising to a lot in that camp, in the Denims camp or in the mod camp or et cetera, whatever that is, who thought they were going to be this one big team fighting against the evil villain, Ethan Klein. That's not how it's working. How this is going to look is more like a sinking ship. It's more like